hello. All right, let's keep working on the magic mod. See, that's better. All right. What did I do? I think last thing I did, was create the compressed rusty dust block. Got those working. That's old. Let me look at my notes here. So I need to create tablet recipes for the new focus that I made. And transmog stones. So astrolith is going to get the colored transmog stones. Netherite is going to get the shaped transmog stones. And the new focus is going to be Eldrathium. World properties abstract. Oh boy, so I want the Eldrathium, the Astrolith, and the Netherite. I should probably close all of that out. I need to pull up the items. So item types. What was my note? The transmog stones. Let's pull those up first. Oh, where are they? Tools? Transmog stone. That's what it is. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. And this is going to be the staff color. Yeah, and I think that's it. We'll copy that. We will copy and paste, right? Because there's the staff color. And then there's the mage armor color. Copy. Paste. Staff shape. Mage armor shape. Shape. There we go. And the new focus. So that one. I'll paste that in. So this focus will be tool focus. Basic. Cut. I gotta paste that in here. Alright, so tool focus basic. And this would be mana shielding. Tool mana lacrima. Alright, so that's the mana shielding focus. These are the two transmog shapes, and then these are the two transmog colors. So we're gonna save that. Where are my tablets? There we go. Resources, tablets. Okay, so it's not that one. That one's the blank. So I need the astrolith, the eldrathnium, and the netherite. And we need to spot check it here, so it looks like generic textures. Okay, so there's nothing I need to do in these three. I do need to make some textures, though, so this doesn't crash. And this is going to be Thonic Tablets, Astrolith. For now, we will just copy, paste. Alright, so for the Astrolith, this is going to be one of them. Paste. Copy. Paste. Tablets dash. There we go. So that's going to account for the astrolith. I'm going to need to do this for the netherite. Copy, paste, paste. All right. So let's replace that. This also means I need to change the drop rates as well, so you don't get like 1,000 of these things. Actually, it makes it to where like I could make it definitely more rare. This could be a more expensive thing to make because it's kind of more of a status thing. Yes, excellent. Eldrathnium, copy, paste. Tool focus, basic mana shielding. There we go. So I will open up all the textures now. And that one, and that one. There we go. Kind of reorganize these a little bit. Color, color, shape, shape, and that. Okay, perfect. We need to do the localization. Kind of bunch all this stuff together. So copy, paste, paste. This will be one of the names. Copy. Paste. This is going to be tablet. Oh man, what do I call them? Here, we'll mark it as an error there. And we will search for Transmog Stone. That's the name. Whoops. Okay, so Transmog Stone, this would be... Actually, that's not the staff shape, right? It would be Mage, Armor, Color. Color. Peter, hey, what are we working on in the mod today? I am creating new tablet recipes for the Transmog Stones and the new focus that I made. This update became a beastie update. It's a big one. It is enormous. So that's what we are working on right now. I'm putting in some localization, sharp, shape. And when we get back in the game, I can kind of show off some of the stuff, like the The gateways got some love, like a lot of really good changes. I've been on a roll. There we go. Netherite. This would be shape. The Eldrathium. Oh, what did I call this? The focus of mana shielding. There we go. You didn't change the TP noise on the TP, did you? I love that it was Goku's instant transmission sound last time I played. No, it still is. So when you use the gateways, yeah, it's the instant transmission sound. It's also the same sound when you use the summon portal spell as well. And I think I have it in the surface ascent spell as well. But I need to double check the surface ascent spell. Let me check that now. General. Crap, which one is surface ascent in? I think it's incantation. Yep. It's not in here? Alright. Let's add that to the list. Add transmission sound to surface ascent. You know, I could probably just do that now. Let's just do that now. Where are all of my sounds? I want to make sure I got the right one. Sounds, effects, instant transmission. Copy. All right, surface ascent 1. So at the point of teleportation. Oh, you know what? Let me undo that. Let me put the sound, and then you teleport away from it, right? I want you to hear the sound. There we go. And for this, it's gonna be player dot position dot x. There we go. I need to do that for the XYZ. All right, now I can copy this. So that was surface ascent 1. And incantation, surface ascent 2. At the point of teleportation, there we go. Save. There we go. Now it's on. Let me add that to my change logs here. Instant transmission sound effect. Now apply to surface ascent. There we go. Sorry I gave you a tangent mission. No, this is what this update has been like. People have like good ideas, or I'll start to explain something and I realize, oh, that was just an idea. I guess I forgot to put that in. So right now my change log is 104 lines. That's how big this update is. It's freaking massive. And it's a huge redesign as well, as in code reorganization and cleanup. So now, like, what I can do, because I wanted to like be able to dynamically add things and have like templates so I can make new blocks from what I've already like discovered and got working on existing blocks. So, for instance, if I go into something complex like the arc light furnace, now like all the attributes are all together for like anything I save, right? Things that are specific to texture, rendering. And then it's the same thing here, right? Like all the tree attributes, the inventory system, all my events, right? Highlights, textures, rendering, like all of it. Specific methods, so I can quickly navigate to each thing and be like, oh, someone tells me that there's a problem with how something renders. Bam, it's going to be right either in the textures or through rendering. Hey, King DDDA, thanks for the Prime. I appreciate it. It's been a while. How you doing? Been a long time, actually. So less piecemeal spaghetti code, no offense, and more templated, easier managed setup. Yep, that's exactly it. Doing decent? Nice. I like your NASA icon. NASA Artemis 2. So yeah, this is pretty solid. Realized I had Prime and you were streaming. I appreciate it. I'll be getting that payout eventually from Twitch. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you just got here, King. Yeah, we're just working on this. Is a massive update. Massive update. Yeah, and I also did things too. I had some code like in events. My events were kind of like there were a lot of duplicate things. You know, I had like drop inventory here and I pulled back a lot of the code where it made sense so it would inherit other than just kind of re-initializing the same things, even though everything, you know, like all the Essence consumer magic blocks, right, all inherit from this. So it was a lot of cleanup like that too. Kind of pulling in code where it makes sense to. Let's hop in the game. So I'm not going to be able to create these recipes yet, but I just want to make sure that the items, the new tablets, are spawning. With some kind of texture. Some kind of texture. They're going to have null recipes. We still have to put in the recipes for the tablet, the Thaumic Foundry itself. We are also going to have to put in mapping recipes to be able to create these. But I just want to make sure that the items are actually in. Yes. It looks like things are localized. Look at that. Tooltip, block Thaumic Foundry, no recipe. I never localized that name. Alright, let's create a string here. Let's see. Thaumic Foundry. What was that string specifically? Tooltip block Thaumic Foundry, no recipe. Tooltip block Thaumic Foundry. Let's just paste it here. I will say no recipe. And for the color, I think it's FF8484 is the red that I use, and I'll say no recipe found! Exclamation mark. I did not have to close that out, but I guess you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I need to create like 10 more files anyways, and you can't create those while the game's running. Let's start with the recipes. If we go to mapping, astrolith, copy, paste. Copy this. Paste that in. Copy. Paste. There we go. All right, now I gotta find those. I need the localized name for these things as well. Copy. Paste. There we go. So that should be that first item. Let's save it. And then this one, Astrolith. This is the staff color, which is that guy. Paste. That's going to be the name we want. Okay, so staff color is done. That one I pulled up by accident. All right, and that's the mage armor color done. Haven't done any mod creation here, but have done some code for other things. But essentially on what you said a second ago, you turned a lot of the code you were doing per spell, item, INC into functions that you can now just call. Yeah, it's not even just like functions. I did do some of that as well. It's more the fact that, you know, for instance, I had when you break a block to drop inventory, right? So when block is broken, drop inventory. That was in we'll say the obelisk, right? Or in this case, I think it was like the Arclight Furnace, right? It was calling it there, but the Arclight Furnace is built off of another block entity specifically for magic stations that you know, take essence. So, and it was also being called there on the block broken as well, plus, you know, a bunch of other deregistering things, right? So it was a matter of, you know, removing it from the one place because I already have it, you know, in another method that is also called from the block that it's inheriting most of its knowledge from. You know, and some other things like I had like inventories, you know, like I had like, I was initializing an inventory in the main block that was being inherited, but, you know, in the I guess topmost block or, you know, class, I was also creating variables for an inventory. So it was a lot of that kind of work where you know, I'm cleaning up that code. Things that I kind of look at, and I still have to do another pass on that, where I can look and see like, okay, I got some repeating code, that can be a method. That's going to be like the next pass. I did some of that, but I know there were other things where it was like, the code's kind of spaghetti strung together as it is. So that's going to take a second pass. I wanted to be able to reorganize everything first, and then do like a second audit with fresh eyes. So a lot of code cleanup to not double call things for no reason. Exactly. Also went through the particles. I didn't realize my vertex flags were not quite right. So in order to make particles brighter, I stacked particles. And at times, it was making, depending on what you were doing, in one particle spot, it was duplicating it like 20, sometimes 40 times in that single spot. So I did a whole like culling of that as well, and I reduced everything to a single particle with just a higher vertex flag value. So the particle system has gotten a huge improvement as well. A lot of spells and stuff. Spells were really, really bad with that. Like, it was very busy, and I pruned it back, and they look actually, I think, a little better than before. So yeah, a lot of good code cleanup. But that's not even the highlight of the system. Like, there's so many cool things, like the Essence Nexus. I redesigned the gateway pedestals. Like, I think they came out a lot better. A lot of good stuff. All right, let's continue here. So, netherite. This is not the way. It's not what I wanted. Okay, no recipe found. Wait, so I wasn't doing anything there. I was creating tablet recipes, that's right. So enchanted stone. Here, let's copy and paste this. Eldrathnium, this is the tool focus. Let's see. Paste. Open it up. Paste. And then, like, this focus. So basically, you hold this focus in your offhand. It will intercept all incoming damage and damage your mana as well. So it's pretty freaking sweet. I did that one on like a 20 minutes of my 30-minute break yesterday. I was like, you know, I bet I could do this, because someone had mentioned, like, you know, barrier, like mana barriers and stuff, and I'm like, that'd be perfect for like a focus you hold in your offhand. You know, like it would be great. So I whipped it up and it works great. What just happened? I think I just cracked a tooth eating yogurt. How does that even happen? Oh shit, really? How does that even happen? You got dental emergency? Sounds like it. Holy crap. Is there like glass or like ceramic in it? In that yogurt? God damn. So that is the focus. Alright, let's copy and paste that. Paste. And this is for netherite. Start with this. Paste. There we go. Let's get the right name. Copy. Paste. There we go. Save. All right, and the last thing is going to be the shape. And this is staff shape. That is the name. So this should be all the tablet recipes that we need. Here we go. I don't think I need anything else in here. Let's make sure that these recipes are valid. We're gonna start the game. No, I kind of gently bit down on the spoon, I guess. Oh shit. It's a dead tooth anyways. That's already scheduled for extraction, so it's not that major, but still, yeah, it's still unnerving. God damn. I think they make someone I knew had a tooth problem like that, and there was like a gum or something that you could get, like a tooth gum that they had to like kind of pop in the hole just to keep like bits of food and stuff out. They had like a couple days till they could go into the dentist. I guess it wasn't gum, right? I think it was more like wax, but it said it was gum. I remember looking like, so what, you gotta chew it first? And then you put it in. Alright. What do we got? I don't see any... I do see a problem. Failed resolving a blocked item drop or smelted stack with code. Oh, what is that? Enchanted mana stone? No. I messed up. Crap! I accidentally made this in the wrong place. I meant to put that in the Eldrathium folder. So let's move it to Eldrathium. Paste. Paste. There we go. Now that should be fine. Okay, now we'll hop back in. Let me in. All right, what do we got? Any errors? Nope, no errors. Awesome. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Grab one of those, one of those. There we go. Let me just make sure they show up. Kind of sucks that the string, right? There's nothing I can do about that. It's just gonna be, that's just Vintage Story. Maybe they need to like bump this down a little bit. or shrink the string down. But either way, that works. Let me make sure we got two more here. Yep, there's the mage armor, there's the staff. And then this one should just have the one. There we go, focus and mana shielding. Excellent. So those tablets are good. Let me make sure the localization works. Yep, no recipe found. If anyone ever sees no recipe found, that's my indicator to like tell me I missed something major when making a recipe. Alright, so we're gonna save and quit. So now I need to make 5 recipes for the Thaumic Foundry. And then register those recipes, and then those should be good. And update the images, right? On the tablets. And then the tablets are done. So glad I made this system easy to handle. So I need to come down to here. Let's go to recipes. Thaumic Foundry. These are going to be Astrolith recipes. Copy, paste, paste. There we go. There's the Astrolith. Copy, paste, and that's gonna be transmog stone staff color. Copy, change that, change that. We are gonna have to add this as well. Get rid of that. Copy. Paste. Instead of color, this is shape. Oh, actually, that's wrong. This would be mage armor color. For the netherite, this would be shape. Shape. Copy. All right, and the Eldrathium. Tool focus basic. This is going to be mana shielding. There we go. Now I can come into here, look for staff color. Copy, paste. There we go. Format the name. All right, that recipe is done. It's beautiful. Start closing some of this stuff out. Get rid of that. I already updated Surface Ascent to use the instant transmission sound. I don't need that focus up anymore. All right, so that's not done yet. We need to do the mage armor color. So let me copy, paste. So transmog stone, mage armor color. Paste. Paste, paste. Copy. And I put the dash right there. All right, so those two recipes are done. That is the astrolith. Here we go, netherite. So it's going to be a similar thing. Copy, paste, paste. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I don't need the portal spell open anymore. There we go. That's looking better. Netherite. Copy. Paste. Transmog stone staff shape RM. Did I how did I capitalize it? Staff color. All right, so those are capitals. I want to keep the same kind of formatting if I can. All right, so paste, paste, copy, paste, and there we go. Bam. Save that. 2 more recipes. Format this capital T, capital M, capital S. Get rid of that. Copy. Paste, paste. Copy. And put the dash there. All right, 1 more recipe. And that is going to be Eldrathium. Copy, paste. It's going to be the mana shielding. Focus of mana shielding. Copy that. It's good doing these in batches. Definitely makes it faster. Paste. And paste. And this is tool focus dash basic dash mana shielding. All right. Now I have to register all of these. So to do that little trick, we're going to search all. There we go. And navigate right to it. So for the Astrolith stuff, paste, paste. Actually, just paste it once. Copy. Oh, my music stopped. Please continue. Paste that in. This was Mage Armor color. This was staff color. There we go. Copy that. Paste this in. So instead of color, this was shape. 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 And shape. There we go. That's registered. Now let's look for... Here we go. This right here, the focus. So instead of enshrouding, this would be mana shielding. Mana shielding. There we go. So now everything should be registered. We can hop back in the game to double check. And while we're in the game this time, we're going to take some image captures of the items to update that. And then we can edit the recipes as well. And then figure out what it's actually going to cost to make these. Let me in! Here's my water. Some life-giving water. It's good. Oh. Can't create stack without item. Which item? Tablet description. So there is a problem with one of these. Tool focus. Let me make sure that is right. Find all. So that is correct. Let's look at the transmog stones item. Tool. So let's pop this over. Come on. Pop that over here. So tool transmog stone dash mage armor shape. That is correct. Tool transmog stone dash shape or dash staff shape. Dash staff shape. That is correct. Recipes. Tool transmog stone, mage armor color. That is correct. Tool transmog stone, staff color. That is correct. Interesting. Transmog stone, staff color. That's right. Mage armor color. Mage armor color. That's right. One of these has something wrong. Tool focus, basic, mana shielding. Tool focus, basic, mana shielding. That's right. Tool transmog stone, mage armor shape. Tool transmog stone, mage armor shape. Interesting. They should all be right. Let me comment out these recipes. I'll bring them back batch at a time. Let's just get back to where we can hop in. Color, 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 color. Shape, 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 shape. Mana shielding, alright. Can we just power through? No. Unforgivable! Build. Yeah, one of those recipes has a problem. Alright, so I will bring it back two at a time. Two at a time. Although someone just requested, could we get a ritual to convert Zeganite and the other magic blocks into polished stone? Why a ritual? Don't need a ritual, you just do that. And I'll take a screenshot. There we go. All right. Let's close that out, go back into here. So I will re-enable this and this first. You know what? I'm feeling cocky. I think if there's a problem, it's with this. Feeling a little cocky. Bow, bow, bow. You get a crash? So, nope. That looks good. Oh no! It did crash! Oh, the shame! The shame! It waited. Patiently waited. Build. The timing, right? Right after I tooted my own horn, I'm like, I'm gonna be cocky about it. I knew what I was doing. I knew the risk. Still got me. Hey, is anyone out there playing EverQuest Legends? Anyone out there playing EverQuest Legends at all? Or did anyone see like the EverQuest 2 news for like the next expansion pack that they're putting in? Normally I could care less because I think EverQuest 2 lost the race a long time ago. So the focus works, guys. The focus works. There's something wrong with these though. Something shifty. Something shifty going on. It's shifty! Flint tablet link. Why don't I update the images here? So I need to update the here. I redid the model for this, so let's copy that. Textures. Where is it? Oh wait, those are blocks. Items. Here we go. Where is that focus? Here we go. Here's the enshrouding focus. This is the new focus. There we go. I want to preserve the black outline. All right, save that. Oh, you know what? There's gonna be quite a few textures, huh? I'm gonna have to update. And we will print screen this. Copy. So this is the mana shielding. Whoops. That's what I want to do. There we go. Save that. So that's going to have the right icon. What else? What else did I change, guys? What else did I change? All right, so that's for the transmog stone. Copy. And the yellow is the color ones. So there, and make it faster, I could just do that. Save. Okay. Copy. Paste. Print screen. Copy. Keep canvas size. Just like that. Copy, paste, delete, copy. There we go, paste that. Okay, so those tablets should be updated. Let's take a quick look here. Nothing changed with the armor. Magic Chalk is the same. Yeah, yeah. The Sanctum's the same. All right, wait. Let's start back here. Lacrima's the same. Gateway Core. Okay, so the Gateway Pedestal changed. This is the Netherite. Magic Station, Gateway, that's the core, so that one. Yeah, the pedestal doesn't look like that anymore. That's what it looks like now, so let's print screen. Copy. Paste. Just like that. And from here, we'll copy the inside. There we go. That looks good. Save. Keystone's the same. The bag's the same. That's the same. The resonator's changed. Copy. All right, so where are the resonators? I think the resonators, you have the one that comes from here. Nope, not that. Flint. Yep, to a resonator. So here's the new one. Copy. Paste. Just like that. And it's not exactly center, is it? Perfect. Oh. I need the better resonator. Here we go, the temporal resonator. That is this little guy. Copy. Paste. Just like that. Save. I don't like how that looks. You know, for now, we'll just have it like that. Perfect. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Meant to close that out. All right, what else needs to update? What else? So that was the resonators. Magic Chalk is good. That's good. That's good. No. I don't think anything else, like, nothing else really had a model change. Got that already, Aldrathium. The Rift Weaver, oh yeah, the Rift Weaver didn't change either. Alright, so let's do a reload. Let's make sure we have no errors. Let me in. No issues during startup. That's what I like to see. Spot check things. Yep, got all the right stuff here. There's the new gateway pedestal. Good to go. All right. Look at all these new blocks everyone's getting. Look at all this. Look at this. Compressed rusty dust. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, I'm going to do this one at a time. Let's start with the color. I'm going to shut down. Build. I had a feeling this happened before, and I remember it being a really stupid, easy thing to do. Let me in. I think it crashes when I open up the inventory, right? When I open up creative, usually, but I guess not this time. So, okay, so that one looks good. And it is indeed the recipe for the staff color. Okay, okay. Next is going to be the mage armor color. We're going to just reload. So far, so good. Double check that recipe. Yep. That looks good. So it's got to be one of these for the shape transmog. Let's start that one first. Aha! Aha! Dirty motherfucker! So it's you! Put transmog shape. Put transmog shape. Oh, game. It's not game. It's mod. Oh, jeez. Jeez, that's what it is. I think, you know what? I think that was the problem last time, too. Because I did a copy and paste. You know what? It's probably the same thing, because I always have a habit of copying and pasting the top thing. It could be the same recipe here. It is. It's the Eldrathium Metal Bits. I bet you this was a copy of the Metal Bits. Yeah, so that's why that didn't work. That also means the other one's also broken. This one. Yup, game. Mod ID. There we go. Build. Okay, now all these tablets should be in. And then we can connect the final dots. Which is, I believe, parsing out the... Actually, I don't... There may be one more step. We could double check. I'm so confident this is working now. I'm just gonna go right to where I need to go to check. Find all. Actually, there's nothing else I need to do in the block. This should work now. Yep, there we go. Let me get rid of these spells. Let's get a Thaumic Foundry. I have way too many blocks. Okay, Thaumic Foundry. And we'll grab a couple of the lanterns. Doesn't really matter. All right. Correctly starts. It sees the list. Same thing. Looks good. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Everything is set there. Now we need to decide what these are, what the actual recipes are going to be. What recipe did I even copy for this one? This looks like super expensive. Like, holy crap, expensive. Recipes. Aldrathium. Oh, I based it off of the Archmage stuff. Where was that mana focus? So the focus of Enshrouding is basic enchanted stone. What does this stupid thing look like? You know what, guys? I think I want to change the texture of this. Yeah, I'm going to change the base texture of that that focus. I want it to look like Aldrathium, not enchanted stone. Full focus. So mana shielding. Material 1. Dot reload. Textures. No, that didn't work. All right, we'll just do the whole reload. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, that's better. So it has its tier 3 prestige. All right. You know what that means? You know what that means, everyone? Means I gotta update that image again. The tablet image. Copy. Yep, gotta update this. It's the little things. There we go. Perfect. All right. So now. Where's the recipe? There we go. Mana shielding. All right. So what is it gonna take to make this thing? Definitely like a large crystal. What do I have for Eldrathium? Should it take an entire ingot? I can up the durability on this thing. I could give it like 250 durability. Or better yet, it could be an Eldrathium rod. Oh, guys, it's going to be an Eldrathium rod for the primary. So Rustbound Magic, Rod dash Eldrathium. So I'll do Rod dash Eldrathium. We are actually going to move this here. I want that to be the first thing you throw in, the Rod, and then the Mage Weave, and then a bunch of the Essence Ash. And then a Soul Shard. And I guess an Artifact Core. That's good. Let's reformat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Which means I can get rid of that. So it's going to take 1 Rod. One Mage Weave. 32 of the Ash. You know what? I don't think it will take an Artifact Core at all. There we go. And it'll take only 1 Soul Shard. There we go. I feel like that's going to be a pretty good recipe right there. Especially since it means like you basically have like this mana damage shield is it's actually pretty OP. But it's about time I threw people a bone and gave them some kind of feeling of being overpowered. It's about time. All right, let's reload. Let's listen to a little Symphony of the Night here, a little Dracula's Castle. I would love to play Symphony of the Night. Love to play that. There you go, Eldrathium Rod. A lot of Essence Ash. focus of mana shielding. Okay. We'll do one more reload. I'm going to pull out a fresh one just to make sure everything's still good, and then I'll look at my list. Oh, then we need to figure out what it's going to take for like a transmog stone. I'm thinking that should be the ancient artifact, you know, core, plus a couple other things. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. All right, let's get rid of those. Focus of mana shielding, done. Get temporal stability back. All right, next thing. Let's look up more recipes. So that's the tag for the artifact core. So let's see. It will take an artifact core. What are we thinking? An artifact core and maybe a large crystal, large elemental crystal of any type. I think that's pretty good. One, two, get rid of that. One artifact core and what is this one? Oh crap, wrong thing. Editing the wrong recipe. This is what I want. Get rid of that. 1, 2. Copy. Paste. There we go. And then for the shape, just make that 4. The shape's a little better, so we'll make it a little more expensive. All right, that should be that. One more reload, and then we can mark that off the list. This would be color. Added is vomit. Boundary. Added recipe. Paste, paste, paste. This would be mage armor color. This would be shape. This would be mage armor shape. Added a Thonic Foundry tablet recipe for this would be focus of mana shielding. There we go. Adding to the change log. All right. Looks good. Looks good. Actually, not good. Quantities are wrong. That needs to be 1. That needs to be 1, 1, 1, and 1. There we go. Okay, now it should be good. One more reload. One more. That's all I need. So I created that. While it loads, I'm kind of updating GitHub here. And I'm just gonna do, so I'll kind of walk you guys through how I do my change logs, because a couple people asked me how I do like detailed things. So I kind of go through each change and just kind of spot check, right? Like this right here doesn't have to be in because I didn't release the mana focus yet, the new mana focus. So I could skip that. This is just all in creation of the new stuff. I did fix fixed a localized key that wasn't working for when a Thonic boundary, or yeah, I would say a tablet wasn't working when a tablet did not have a register recipe, right? Because that's what that key was. I don't really need to, document out, by adding tablet recipes. That's what this is. I don't need to, well, actually, I do need to document that stuff out too. So for this, I could just say updated the textures for various tablets. That's good enough. I don't need to line item each one of these. Right, that's fine. I added it to the recipes, but that's still good. These are the recipes, and then surface ascent, I already had it down. Instant transmission sound effects. Here we go. So I'm going to commit all those changes. Push. See, what I do with my change log is I'll go in and I'll just like kind of copy and paste everything for all my change logs. So if, in case anyone was curious, that's how I do it. And then I add those to the list of things that I'm gonna just copy and paste. There you go, just like that. So as you can see, I'm up to 111 changes in this update. This beastie update. 111. This is becoming one of the biggest single updates I've done in the span of like a couple weeks. I've been hitting it pretty hard. I've been getting a lot of good feedback. All right, what else did I want to add? I think that's like everything. Let me just make sure the new tablets here. That's fine. Let's make sure... Atomic Foundry using a tablet. That's good. Make sure that says the same thing. Yep, using a tablet allows the mage to absorb incoming damage by consuming mana in its place. I think that sounds good. Think that's it, guys. Think that's it. What else do you want me to add? This is another effect. So if you cast Transmutation on any placed elemental crystals, they'll glow, like they'll sparkle till you break them and place them back down. So, you know, little bits of magic, right? Like it's nothing severe, right? But it can add cool ambiance if you want to make like a little mage cave. Those look good. This is the new pedestal. So instead, like, you could still place things, right, by you know, just kind of clicking on the front panel interface. That's where the GUI comes up now. The rest of it's just kind of selection space, and you can pick things up and like directly place them like in now. And then you can go in and, you know, set whatever you want. Here, let's change that destination. That one's close. Test one. And the cool part is, like, the new Essence Nexus, right now it's daytime. So you have that penalty, it's 25 away. You can pull that out, right? And then the cost, it goes default, like it'll tell you what the default is. But if I pick up the light and put it in, it automatically applies, right? Because it's daytime and you're using light essence, it would be 15 essence. But you'll notice I no longer have to use the resonator to connect to different stations. This thing was such a good idea to make. Such a good idea. See, and this one's using light. This is the only thing. In the next update, people are gonna have to like replace their gateway pedestals, so it gets the correct stuff. And another cool thing is the outlines. When something is like, you know, ready, like when a magic station is like connected to something and ready, I change the outlines, right? Because this one's not connected to anything. It's like that. But if I were to get a resonator and link them together, you'll see now the selection box has changed, and then that one's like that. So just little things. There we go. We can place that right there. So I should mark that in a notes part up top. Note: any placed gateway pedestals will have to be broken and placed back down to correctly rotate the new selection boxes. There we go. Mark that as a note. I don't know, does anyone have anything else that they want me to look at? Any other like little bugs they found? Oh, you'll notice this too. It no longer just says like cast transmutation. I tell you which transmutation model, like, you know, version. So this would be transmutation 1 or higher to finish. And I did that specifically because the new Nexus block is a tier 3, quote-unquote, block. Where is it? There. Right, so you'll have to cast Transmutation 3 to finish that one. I think I also did something there, right? Add charge item. Yeah, and then this one, cast Transmutation 2 or higher. There was a bug that no one told me about that I found. If you have a tier 3 wand, you were not able to spawn a rift. you had to use a tier 2, like specifically a tier 2 wand to use the Rift Weaver. So now it's going to be tier 2 or tier 3. What else? What else can I look at, guys? What else? I do need to look at Entropy. I'm going to have to redesign that spell. Redesign Entropy. I guess we could look at that. Let me clear the bench here. Oh, and I gotta say, man, like berry bushes fucking suck. they are terrible now. Like totally not worth even interacting with in this game anymore. So I have to throw that out there. Very disappointed. Okay. Entropy. Let's pull up the spell. Let's get in admin tool or admin sword. So this is the problem with entropy. Let's make it daytime. Lancemaker, hi. How you doing? Son of a bitch. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. There we go. So this is the problem with it. If you try to select the corpse, do you see how this is a perfect sphere, pretty much? Right? When I select the corpse, you notice that the particles get kind of janked there. It's like pulling them off to the side. It's because the client and the server see a different position, a different block position for this entity. So it says it's more to the right than to the left. This desync that can happen gets worse if the creature has died when it's moving fast. That one was just walking, right? And then it kind of works, right? And the reason why that works is because even though the point's here and the corpse is here, I do a radius of like 2 blocks to look for entities. That isn't the best way to do something like this. People have been running into problems where, again, depending on if it was a wolf that was sprinting after him, and then you killed it, right? Like that little bit can put both like the server and client corpse positions far enough away to where even though you're casting entropy on the corpse, it is not actually recycling anything in that corpse, right? Like the server says, oh, there isn't actually an entity there, and the spell doesn't go through. So what I think I need to do is not have it be an AoE like it is now, and to have it be a single target spell and then just greatly reduce the mana cost of it. The mesh and the entity, gonna call that, are in different places. Yeah, well, it's not just that either, because that's another thing that happens, right? When you kill a pig or something, like, it falls to the side, so what you see, like the actual shape, right, the model, is in a different place than the selection box, right, for the creature. But it gets worse because take that problem and then stack it to where the server sees the selection boxes in this position and the client sees this position because of a speed difference at time of death. Like there's no like cleanup packets to make sure server and client both see the same position So this is a compound image, or a compound issue, which I can get rid of by turning this into a single target spell, right? Like, you, the player, client side, ray trace, selecting, selected on a corpse. Right, see, like that? Like, the real thing's over here, right? That's not really where the box is. But because, like, a client's kind of correcting it for it, server may actually see it here. Or over here, or maybe a little closer. It gets weird. Which is why, like, if you look, that's the telltale sign. That it should be a perfect sphere. And it's not. Like, it sees the actual server position for the corpses is over a little further, which is not what we want. So I'm going to change the entropy spell. Wait, the mesh is in place in the server. Don't know the position of the mesh. It's not that it doesn't know. So this spell, wherever that pinpoint is, wherever I'm pointing to, it takes that specific position, not a block position, that specific XYZ float coordinate position. And then I do a ring around it, and I try to collect all the entity corpses within that sphere. That sphere used to be a lot smaller. It would start, it was basically 1.5 blocks. So if you did the spell right here, it would pretty much be like draw a circle around that spot. So if a corpse was like off to the side here, the curve of the circle would have missed that corpse. And then your spell would fail even though it looks like you're targeting it. That's the problem. Lancemaker, hey! Thanks for the follow. So, in order to get past that, I can just put in, the entity itself, right? I'm just going to turn this into a single target spell, capture the entity, and then decompose only that entity. See, this is what it is. And I upped it to 2.6 blocks, but that's kind of ridiculous. Like it doesn't need that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a spell that already does what I want it to. Something like Summon Corpse. That would be a tier 1 conjuration spell or corpse swap. That works too. Actually, you know what? Corpse swap is a little too much because that also has player-specific things. Here, Summon Corpse is better. Or better yet, instead of Summon Corpse, I could, let's use Flash Heal. This is gonna be better. And I'm going to copy all of this. And we're going to paste it in. And then I'm going to comment out the old code. That way, if this game does a better job in the future... Anyway, the game does a better job in the future tracking, like, the corpses, the corpse positions, then I will be in a position to reinstate this code and then try again. So we're going to get the target selection. Funny enough, there we go. We are going to paste that in. copy that. Paste all of this in, and then we're just going to convert this code, and then I can collapse the rest. So I'm getting player. I no longer need final position. I don't understand, but is the mesh in the entity, I would find both positions and check if there's a way to get the center of the mesh. Well, you need to think of this, Lance. You got to think of your code running in either, you know, there are going to be three states for code. It's either going to be client specific, server specific, or client and server safe, right? Where they both get the whatever code you're writing. Some things should only be done through the client, like particles, for instance. You do not render particles on the server because that's going to crash it. Any kind of mesh stuff, that's going to be client side as well. For things like specific, like when you are creating items, that needs to come from the place of the server, or else you can get things like ghost items and you know, like fake items and stuff like that. And you don't ever want to trust the client if you're sending packets and stuff from the client to the server, because then you are asking for people to be able to inject whatever they want into that kind of stuff. So when you cast a spell, I have sounds which need to originate specifically from the server. I have the particles, which needs to be client side as well, which is why you see the particle stretch, right? It's not the perfect sphere because it is looking at the target, and the client thinks that, oh, the entity is right here because I'm looking at it, and the server's doing a call on that and saying, oh no, it's not in that position, it's over here, which is why the particles spread, right? So instead of, like, the real way to fix this is maybe the game to put like another check-in that, like, at time of death, right, as it's converting, you know, like as it attempts to do the hitbox change and everything, because you could change the dimensions of a selection box on death, to maybe have the server and client both have the same position, you know, for where that hitbox is being placed. A one-time call, and then it would synchronize both things, and then this kind of thing wouldn't be a problem. This game has issues with client servers coming to terms, right? Like, you know, it's not like Minecraft where it throws out, you know, or it processes everything and kind of lags behind. Like this game will throw out info. It's like the difference between UDP and TCP, it seems. So we have to account for that. I see there's a well-known bug about desync and butchery. Oh yeah, the butchery mod. Yeah, I know Oats. Oh, Captain Oats. I've actually helped Captain Oats on that mod quite a few times, actually. He's a great guy. But yeah, we talk about that kind of stuff too. There's desync with a lot of stuff, and the more complex your mod is, the more that desync is glaringly apparent. With something like this, right? Like, it shouldn't be on me to make sure that the client and the server both see around, right, the same positional information. You know what I mean? Okay, I see what you mean with TCP. Yeah, right? Right? TCP, like, you know, you need to have the handshake, and both sides need to acknowledge that packet of info. UDP is just like bleh, vomit, right? And if the server and client don't sync up on something, they're never going to sync up. Like, it's done, you know? Like, that's come and gone. Better luck next time. Why am I using object entity here? Okay, so object entity is just... Okay, so... I had that messed up. So anywhere it's that, it needs to be selected entity. So I'm just going to do this. Replace it with selected entity. Okay, so there were 3 occurrences there. Anywhere, it's saying final position. I don't want it to be final position anymore. I want this dot position as block position. And actually, I can copy this and paste that in. We got final position anywhere else. I think we have it one. Yeah, here we go. So I can put that in. And that. And that. Well, actually, no. And anywhere it is E, it needs to be selected entity. Anywhere it is E dot, it needs to be selected entity dot. There we go. That got rid of a lot of the red. Now we're just going to kind of audit the code here. So that's Moonstone drop. There are no issues there. Yeah, the server does not care about what happens with some info. Yes. Cool. I never did server-side stuff on VS, just client. Yeah, it's a pain. 1.22, honestly, the only thing that I was interested in that got me excited for that update was the fact that they were going to put in their own status effect system. And I was super excited for it because that means that they would have to fix client-server synchronization. You cannot have a status effect system where the client and the server are not seeing the same kind of info. Like, you can't do it. And then what did they do? They're like, oh, yeah, guys, we're not doing that now. And there's no ETA on when it's coming out. Because they probably realized, like, oh shit, the game is fundamentally built wrong for this kind of system. Their claim to fame was like, hey, you know, in Minecraft servers, when you have too much going on, the server starts to lag behind because it's processing every tick. Vintage Story is great because if you ever run into that, it just dumps that info. You know what I mean? Which to their, their credit, yeah, that is a pretty good way to save frames per second, right? But that sucks when client and server need to agree on specific things. You know, like it's the pill they've got to swallow now. That's what it is. It's where we're at now. So that's Moonstone drops. Okay, so select entity, allow despawn. Interesting. This should be entity agent. You know what? It can't be entity agent right there. I need to create a new variable, entity agent. And I'll say, I'll just name this selected entity 1. Selected entity 1 as entity agent. There we go. There you go. Selected base entity. That's better. Selected base entity. Much, much better. Now it should be happy with, yeah, with allowed despawn. Allowed despawn is something that entity agent only has. Yeah, it's not wrong. They had other priorities. Yeah. It's just a fundamental difference in like how things process on the back end. It's something they could change, right? And they probably realize it after trying to put a status effect system in, and then realize the shortcomings, and probably, you know, they probably got it on the book somewhere. But it's gonna be one of those things where they need to replace the foundation while they keep the house standing. You know, like it's gonna have to be a methodical thing. It's got to get done eventually. But you know, that's why people, you know, like with my buffs, you know, they're like, oh, you know, some people are like, oh, the buff stays on forever. It's like, well, does it stay on forever? Or did your client, you know, like miss the server update packets because you're running 150 mods on a budget server? You know, like, it's not my mod doing it. It's the fact that, you know, client and servers are not, you know, that buff, when it's time to expire, it needs to drop off. And sometimes it doesn't. You know, like, things are sent, not everyone's listening. It's an interesting issue. Yeah, you're looking at my mods? Yeah. I'm glad you like my mods. The magic mod is by far the biggest, definitely the biggest. The machines mod's like the second biggest. And then all the other ones are kind of like, you know, I made them because I wanted more to do in the game. But funny enough, I modded to like add things that I wanted to play with in the game. Didn't quite work out like that. I'm always modding for this game. I never get to play. So all of this can be archived. Eventually I can come back to this code, but for now it's got to be dead code. There we go. Anything else? Yeah, we got this. And I think that is it. Yes. There we go. So all of that can go away. And I'm going to add a note to myself. Disabled due to client/server not agreeing with entity, I'll say dead entity position. And I'll put today's date so I have a record of it, 2026. So this weekend, I wanna go. There's a hot pot place that opened up around me. I totally gotta check it out. I've wanted to try hot pot for a long time. I'm really excited to try this place. There we go. So we're gonna spawn particles here. Dot position. Dot XYZ. Excellent. So this should kind of redesign this spell a little bit. Server modding is a complete different animal. Yeah, it is. It drops because it's real time and needs to keep running, isn't it? I don't know. I think it depends on what the data is and what's happening in the server. And people's settings. Like for whatever reason, it seems like, you know, like a buff is going to expire, right? Buff is going to time out. You have, you know, Johnny A over there with an entity full of, you know, creatures, right? Like pens full of creatures for their farm. All this other farm running ticks every update. You know, like a lot of this stuff is built to where, like, if a tick is missed for like growing a plant, you know, just wait X amount of time and it's going to try again, right? It's going to continuously try. So you won't notice any kind of drift. It's like, oh yeah, that's just how long plants take. With a buff expiring, it's sending a one-time packet. And it's supposed to the server's supposed to tell the client, hey, reset the stats. Everything's good. The client, you know, the client's supposed to reset everything on its end, and, you know, things like walk speed are, you know, can be done client side too. You know, so like when your run speed buff is still active, you know, clients didn't get the signal that they should reset the buff stats. it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. Yeah, hot pot. Yeah, I think it's Korean food where basically like you cook the food like in like the big soup broth and stuff. Like I've always wanted to try it. And a place opened up. I got to get to it before it shuts down. This should be everything. I'm gonna have to tweak a couple more things, but we could at least get back in the game now. Let's start. Minimize that. Magic! What else can I add, guys? Let's keep pushing this change log up. What other annoyances do people have? That explains a lot. I see some desync on hunger debuff. That is vanilla. Sometimes you have to put something on the offhand and take it off because some variable was not updated. Yes. That's exactly what happens. Yep. Just make sure this is even going to work. Yeah, see? I got rid of the field, the influence there. It's the same corpse. It sees the corpse is right here. No bueno. Spell failed. Isn't this just great? And that's why I had it before where it was like an AoE, right? Because even if it saw the corpse over here, it was getting an almost 3-block range. So imagine this. 1, 2, 3. So the circle from the middle of this extending all the way out here, trying to get a big circle around. And then get all the entities. Like, it's freaking pain. It's rough. So let me armor references dot logger. I'll say put a bunch of lines in. Selected base entity position. position. Dot XYZ. And in here, let's get player dot world dot side plus. There we go. That looks like a statement that's going to do something. There you go. If it was the same position, it would be the same values. So server and client are seeing that. I'm wondering if I should just run this on... Let me try this. And selected entity dot... Or I'll do player dot world dot side dot is server. I'm gonna see how this code reacts when it's just running server. Although it's still gonna desync because the raycast position's there. I would have to. I don't want to do that. This should run both client and server. Let's take a look. Try it one more time. Yeah, see, now it's not getting past here. Oh, guys. I accidentally inverted that. Okay, it should work now. There we go. Okay. That's better. That's better. Can't your mod update the client entity position and move the body? I don't want to do that. That could be invasive. My thing with modding is if it's vanilla, I don't want to modify it. Just in case someone else was, like if someone had an old version of my entropy spell, right, where they've already accounted for that desynchronization and they're just kind of making a circle around a position, and then I move that circle, it may end up having weird interactions with their mod. That would be my only reason to not force the, because technically I don't have to move the position. I just need to know, like in this case, I don't even need the position anymore because I'm taking a snapshot of the entity itself. All that position was doing was just collecting all the entities in a list and then iterating through the list with my code. I don't need that position anymore. I could just pass the selected entity parameters through and do what I need. That also means I could fix this by making that an else statement. Okay, so right, it's moving, it died. See, that's what it is, but if it's here... See, like, you see some of the particles are being weird now? It sees it over there. What I'm thinking is to trick this system into working right. I need to disable this, right? I need to say disable 7/9/2026 due to client server dead entity position. I'm not going to try and render any particles on the entity like to lock in. I'm just going to have it to where wherever you're looking is where those particles are going to render. Which also means, because I'll just do it at point of my ray trace that I'm doing, client-side ray trace anyways, which means that the sphere can actually shrink, and I'm going to have to change the offset as well. Because it's not going to be an AoE anymore. All right, yeah, let's just close that out. We're going to rebuild. I see, you just make it a raycast, and that's it. Seems better, yeah. And I already accounted. Sometimes I've had to do that with other spells. So has anyone tried out the EverQuest Legends? Or seen the change that they're making to EverQuest 2 in the next expansion? I think I started talking about it before. There we go. See, so now it's just going to be a sphere position, right? And then I don't have to trick it, right? Because if it's like that, it's still gonna... Oh, did you see the quick flash? Like, so it saw the corpse over there, actually, instead of there. Isn't that messed up? It's so messed up. But that's fine. That means I have to change this, because it tries to spawn a sphere at the selected position. I just need to put in that raycast again. But that also means entity selection sphere, right? I'm using final position for this ray trace. That's the radius. Dot. I'm gonna do an add copy. 0, 0, whoops. And this is going to be negative 0.02 or negative 2. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna bring it lower. I gotta bring it a little lower. I want that circle to be a little lower. Yeah, okay. We're just gonna comment that out for now. No, you haven't? I'm interested in EverQuest Legends. And I'm also disappointed in the EverQuest team. So EverQuest Legends is kind of neat because they're taking the EverQuest world and making it to where you can have one character with multiple classes, which intrigues me. The downside is they keep making the same stupid mistake of being like, oh, our players love the 1999 graphics, and there are probably some people out there that do. I am not one of those people, and there's a lot of people that dislike the shitty ancient graphics, right? Like, and they're really leaning into it. But it intrigues me because I could be like a barbarian shaman, slash Shadow Knight slash like Necromancer if I want. You know what I mean? And I would have the abilities of all those classes, and eventually I gained the ability to be able to swap out my classes. So it's a really neat thing that makes me want to give it a try again. And they're trying to make EverQuest like solo friendly because of that, because your character is going to be so powerful potentially. And you can scale the difficulty as well. And then you can like stack items to like make like, you know, to make more powerful versions of that equipment to make you more overpowered. So it sounds like they're, yeah, just like D&D, yeah. It intrigues me, but the graphics hold me back because the ancient 1999 graphics were, I think they're absolute terrible. But multi-class stuff, it's interesting. The way they're balancing it, it's kind of interesting. And then for EverQuest 2, the next expansion, they're coming out with personas, which basically, it's like they figured out, oh yeah, this is how we can have like one character can have like, you know, swap between different classes. And they're bringing that into EverQuest 2. So I can have like one character be a Shadow Knight, a Necromancer, you know, and then I could just swap my classes. I think it's intriguing enough for me to take another look at those games and being like, all right, convince me to play. All right, so I need that circle and that orb to sit lower. Let's decrease the radius of these. Kind of like that. And then for final position, let's actually bump it down a lot. That's what I want. Right? So it's going to be big enough. I think that looks pretty good. Right, so now you cast Transmutation, right? And as long as it hovers over, because I'm doing a ray cast anyways, I'm getting all that info. Bam. There we go. Now, because Entropy does not do AoE stuff anymore, let's take a look at the tooltip. Channels void energies into nearby non-harvested corpses, making them collapse into condensed magical materials. Channels void energies onto the target corpse. Channels void energy into the target corpse, into the target non-harvested corpse, making them collapse into condensed magical materials. Let's do that. Let's see how it reads. Reload Lang. I guess that didn't work, so we're gonna have to reload. Yeah, but taking multiple classes should have drawbacks. I think the drawback is the game is harder. Like, creatures are gonna be harder. There are things where like you can't have like 5 necromancer pets, or you know, things like that. Like if you have a pet class, like it seems like the restrictions they have in place make sense, which I like, and that's what's drawing me to it. Like the mechanics seems like it could be fun. It's just the ancient graphics. Yeah, graphics kind of grows old. I love a game called Waves of Quid, but the graphics push me away eventually. Yeah, that's how I feel about EverQuest. I ask myself why they don't go Dwarf Fortress way. For me, the graphics more palatable. Yeah, right. I get you. I can take lower poly graphics when it's tied to like a theme, right? And there's a good way to do it. You know, like look at Valheim. I actually like the Valheim graphics because it feels intentional, like it wants to be PlayStation 1 without the terrible poly. You know what I mean? Like it's clearly not, but it's the theme of it and it works. But like EverQuest 1, 1999, like there, and it seems like the people who like that stuff played it back in the day. Like I played EverQuest in like middle schools when I started, but Planes of Power were out. Like so it was already 5 expansions in, right? They already had like the Luckland models in. That was my starting point. And even at the time, I'm like, oh wow, the Barbarian Shamans, like they look cool. I like the Luckland models. And then to have the devs like be like, oh, you know what? Even though we're redoing this, you can't use those Luckland models. It's kind of shitty. It's my biggest gripe. My biggest gripe. I ask myself why they don't go in. All right. You know what? I actually don't like that the particles. Let me minimize those a little bit. Let's see what values like that look like. Let me just get rid of these for now. Let's do this section at a time. So that max loop is 1, that finished. So I lowered the velocity. I like that. I'm going to up the velocity by 30 and 40. And the radius, I think, is good. There we go. Because I want it to spread. But I want enough to where it feels like the center is like dense with particles, but explode out just enough. You know, let's add a little more velocity. Let's make that 50 and that 40. Because I want the colored particles to expand out a little more than the black ones can. I think that looks good. Now let's see what it looks like with like an outer ring. Let's focus on the outer ring with color. I like it. I think the radius needs to be a little smaller. Let's make it like a 5. a one block circle. Let's do 7.5. Let's make it a little bigger, right? A little bigger. And we will mark this at 0. Imagine making a modular, yeah, to me it sounds like a money issue. Modeling done nowadays with AI help, but a AAA model of a character can take up to 3 weeks to be finished. Yeah, but the game's like 30 years old, right? Like, all this time they couldn't get, like, and they didn't like the Lucklin models because, like, the animations were jank. You mean to tell me, like, a AAA studio can't, like, if a modder can do it, you know, like, you mean to tell me the people that professionally do this stuff can't, you know, spend a weekend, since everyone's so passionate about it, to make better, you know, make better graphics, like, make better models? You know, like, you know, they have creator tools for it. You know, it's you know, it's one of those things where I can't justify the laziness after all the years, you know, all the feedback, and then being like, guys, we heard you. You love the 1999 graphics. We heard you loud and clear. Yeah, we have these models currently in live, and since we created EverQuest, you know, Legends off of the live version that already has the models, you know, we're just gonna disable those because we know you guys like the old models. We know that's what they did. You know, it's like, it's money. I don't think it's money. They already have. Their models are okay. Like, if they had the live models, I'd be a lot happier with EverQuest Legends. Like, they're in the game right now. They made the executive decision to be like, no, everyone loves the 1999 models. We're not giving you a choice. That's what I have a problem with. Breaks my heart. I'm going to change this. I'm going to copy and paste this method. And in here, I'm going to do radius, and then I'm going to add a float for size in. I'm going to make it size in 1. I'm going to make a size in 2. Size in 2. Size evolve. Alright, game's gonna be unhappy. Let's save and quit. I think they have the money, but they are afraid. Check out Baldur's Gate 3. Small team was a huge hit, but they're not afraid of failing. Yeah. Maybe that's it, right? They're on life support, and they're afraid to remove the tube to see if they can keep breathing on their own. You know, like, it feels like that kind of situation, which is sad. Like, I really like the EverQuest world. I think the lore is cool, you know, like, familiar names. And they got a lot of bad rep too, right? Like they rope-a-doped everyone with EverQuest Next, right? Then they were like, yeah, we're making EverQuest 3. Even in recent times, like in the past year, right? Then the EverQuest team, you know, they're like, oh, we're totally working on EverQuest 3. But we can't tell you guys about it yet. It's like, bullshit. Are you really? Or are you trying to generate more hype? Like, you know, usually when people pull that kind of stuff on an audience, they skip town after they're done fleecing everyone. You know what I mean? They sell the snake oil, and then they're smart enough to get the fuck out when everyone's, like, smart on it. Okay. So now I should be able to go into here. We could put in 0.15F. And I'll put a 0.5F there. There we go. So I think that's better, having smaller particles in the center. That means the... You know, let's see what it's like with the outer particles. Let's make them big. I just want to see what it looks like. It's a terrible idea. Ooh, yes. Smaller particles are the way to go, definitely. That feels better. And now I want to bring this back in, and this is going to be a 0, 0, 0. And let's give it... Let's make it a 1. Oh, I like that. I like that better. I like that better. Save, fireball. Alright, the entropy spell has been updated. Should be more reliable. But how much mana should it cost? Ooh. I'm thinking... Since it's a single target spell, does 50 mana make sense anymore? I don't know if it makes sense anymore. I think it's too expensive. I think it should be maybe 16 mana. But let me take a look. Let me take a look at all the wands. Let me see. We'll get the crude. I want to see all 3 tiers, front and center. Okay, tier 1, 2 mana. Regular transmutation. Oh, I'm like 22.5 damage. It's because I changed the config. Alright, that's fine. Transmutation 2 is 4 mana. That sounds good. And then Serenity being 16 mana. I think that sounds good. Because you're closing rifts. And then 8 mana. I think 8 mana is great because of the AoE. Serenity being 32, it literally doubles the space that it can close things, and it can close up to 5 rifts in a wider space with a higher chance of dropping the rift charges. So 32 mana, like doubling it. What do you guys think? Should that be 24 mana? Bro, I have this idea. What do you think of a mod that simplified the possibility of unifying recipes and some items? What I mean is, the server I play, we have 3 types of potatoes. Imagine a tool that makes it easier for the server admins to unify it. Is there a tool for that? I think there is. I think I did see something for that. My first question would be, you have 3 magic mods, each one with the same wand. How do you simplify something like that? Because Rustbound Magic, right? A wand is something totally different item in the background, right? It's got its own, casting system, its own models, things like that. And then you have another person's mod who adds magic as well, but theirs is a different kind of crude wand, stick. Right? You would have to incorporate a way to be able to unmerge and merge at will, right? Because I get it, right? There's five mods you have, and they all add the same game mithril, ingot, a mithril ingot. But they're all the same because they're used in, a recipe the same, right? Like, you don't need 5 versions of it. You can just make, one version of it and make it easier, right? One recipe, and this is what you get, right? Not 5 different mithril ingot recipes. I didn't invent that. I remember MC mod packs that unified recipes, but since we don't have mod packs, the job should fall over the server admins. Yeah, that's true. Aren't we getting mod packs at some point? I thought I heard like whisperings of it a long time ago. And I don't think anything really came about. I mean, it's kind of hard to make modders unify and make a single potato to rule them all. Yeah, I'll let you bring that potato in like the base game. It'd be like a config tool. Hey, Manaway, how you doing? You do a compatibility patch that alters outcomes of potatoes, so you only get the one regardless of what you do. Yeah. I think that's how people have it now, right? For things like that. It would be nice to have a... Thinking about it. It would be nice if the mod had a GUI to, like, create those patches for you. Right? You drop down, I want this item, this item, this item. Make a patch that pushes out this recipe, and it creates the JSON for you, right? That'd be cool. All right. I'm thinking Serenity. I'm going to make it 16 mana. I'm going to lower the mana cost of casting Serenity 2. Serenity 2 mana cost is going to be 24. 24 mana. It's not 64 anymore. It's going to be 24 for that. Why was it 64? 16. Oh, this has the old stuff. I guess I never updated, so that should be 16. Make sure 8, 4, 2. Okay, that's good. Yes, continue playing. All right, so that would be 16. 4 and 4, that's right. That'd be 24. Base cast time is 4. The range is 5. There we go. That is better. Entropy. I'm going to lower it to 32 mana. Cast time of 6 seconds. Base range, that should be 4. There we go. All right, so the entropy is better now. That's more like a third-party program, auto-patcher. Ah, maybe. I mean, in a way, but would that solve the recipes problem? We have 3 potatoes, and some recipes are potato-specific. All the jobs should be on someone. I believe making the modders do. It would be a dream. So it falls over to the players on single player and server admins on the servers. Yeah. I mean, it would be nice, right? But on the modder side of things, you know, that would be like me having to put in patches for another person's mod because they also have an item called Arcanus. You know, like, why is it my fault that someone, you know, like, I don't want to make a compatibility patch that forces... Because what am I going to do? Force mine? What if their item is special and it has, like... You know what I mean? My Arcanus doesn't work with their systems. You know what I mean? And should their Arcanus be able to be used in my stuff? I think that like patches are something that like I think should be on like the people who want to modify the base mod. Now, where applicable, right? Like I try to do things. I try to add some compatibilities by tweaking things in my mod. Look at the dynamic what was it? Dynamic traits. My enlightenment stuff didn't work. And it was because my mod, right? Like, it wasn't a true trait. It was a trait by name only. The actual logic was attached to a Rust Mage class, specifically. It had nothing to do with the trait. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, you know, yeah, it doesn't work with the mod because the trait doesn't actually dictate you getting the better mana conversion. So I'm like, okay, fine. That mod uses the extra traits watched attribute on a player. So I will change my code to where it looks for that particular trait, and then we'll apply, you know, things accordingly, right? That's something I fix on my end, because I did it wrong. Yeah, the patch should include those recipes then, make the potato usable by all recipes somehow. I'm not a coder. Can't tell you how. Yeah, it'd be through a JSON patch. It would be like I have Arcanus from my mod and another Magic mod. You want to use Arcanus to make... Name it, right? But you want to be able to use either Arcanus item in that recipe. That's a JSON patch. That would patch my recipe. That would accept, you know, that, right? And then it would include that, or, you know, or you would make a whole second recipe, right? Like you would patch in a second recipe that would use that other mod's thing, right? For the same result. You would just swap out, you know, the registered name and the domain, right? And then on the front end, it would look like a single recipe, right? But as you put in either Arcanus, it's going to have the same result, but technically it's a second registered recipe. And we love you for it, but we can't hold you responsible to actually do it. Yeah, that's a thing too. If I was always chasing like compatibility with things, you guys wouldn't be getting all the stuff that I put in, right? There's a difference between building something new and cleaning the dust off the rest of your house. You know what I mean? Like a new project versus maintenance. Especially with mods you never use, right? You know, people always ask me, does it work with Combat Overhaul? Oh, I don't use Combat Overhaul. I assume it does. I was nice enough to put in patches for Combat Overhaul. I didn't have to, but I did. Yeah, I think solving this problem with an application or a mod would be the way to a mod pack birth. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a thing too, right? We're talking about something that, you know, we need mod packs. I can't tell you how many times someone has sent me a message and being like, can I, you know, basically they're like, can I copy your mod and paste it as my own in this pack? No. You know, you cannot redistribute my mod. You know, like that's... I get what you're trying to do, but that's not the way to do it. And I've tested it. I've let a couple people that I like, you know, that I've talked to, like I gave them permission, and then I become their hotline support. Oh, it looks like this is crashing on this server now. It's like, well, what did you do? Well, we copied your mod and we changed a couple things and made a Harmony patch to do this, and it's all a part of our mod pack. And it's like, yeah, so you guys screwed up my mod, and now you want me to fix based on your Harmony patches. No. That's not doing that. What have you been doing today? What did we do today, guys? We changed Entropy. That's a new spell. Created a bunch of tablets. We gotta update the change log here. So I could say fixed, incorrect descriptions for Serenity spells. Config spell config descriptions for Serenity spells. Serenity 2 now costs 24 mana. Was 32. Entropy now costs, costs 6. How much was it? I actually never changed it. It's not going to be 50 mana anymore. Why don't I make it 32 mana? We'll stop. Was 50. And Entropy spell has changed. It is now a single target spell at a lower cost to get around the weird client server dead entity position desync that seems to happen. There we go. Was that it? Yeah, there we go. More to the change logs. Right, and now I can copy these line items, copy, paste. And now for this change log, this is kind of important, so I will put it right there. All right, what are we at for this? We're at 115 changes in this next update. All right, guys, what else is broken? What else can I make better? What else can I fix? This is what I've been working on today, Manaway. Oh, someone's putting in the chat right now in my Discord. They want to know how Entropy 1 works. Transforms non-harvested corpses, but you can partially harvest corpses. Cut them open until inventory pops up and not take everything so the corpse doesn't disappear. I don't think you can do that. Yeah, once you finish cutting the creature, it puts a specific harvest tag on it. You can open it. Oh, okay. However, you can auto harvest it with flax hit. Oh, really? Let's take a look at some game code. Tool. Defaults. What the hell are the... Because it's not in tool. Oh, wait. Is it still called sword? No. You know, it would be nice. I'll just say this. It would be nice if the game's localized names matched the goddamn names of the JSON files. It'd be nice. But now I gotta pull out a faults, and I gotta look to see what its name is. Maybe it's called something different. Let me in. Let me make sure we got no errors. Yep, no issues on startup. Good. See, game blade. So let's look for, hopefully blade is the keyword. There it is. So it's not called fault, it's called blade. Ugh. Alright, so weapon, melee weapon. Nice is one thing. Isn't the dev config in the game show the name of the JSON? Oh yeah, you see what I mean. Yeah. They do that, right? Like, some stuff's just called clutter, and it's different. Like, it's... Ugh. It's rough. You gotta figure out all the tips and tricks. What I need to do... Here we go. Let's take a look at... So there's something called Rip Harvest. Tool Sword. Okay. Let's take a look at some game code. Desktop, .NET Spy. So what is this going to be called, right? Is it Sword? Doesn't look like it. Even though the name is Sword, that's probably not what it is. So let's pull up Blade. I will do item tool. The hell can I find it? Right, so you look at something like item sphere. Let's look at item. So there's nothing about tools there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right, it's not, is it a pickaxe? Here we go. So enum tool, let's start there. Analyze, read by. See, they call it a blade here, a sword here. Like, it's just, it's all over the place. Huh. What is this, an enum that's not, oh, not being used? Yeah, some of these are unused. So they're not even using the enum tool they made for sword. All right, we'll manually look for it. Bullshit. Me, I'm mad. So this is probably going to be something in survival. Math tools, data structures, common. What about an axe? Here we go. Item axe. So is there an item sword? No. There's an item axe. Is there an item blade? No. Item weapon? No. Let's analyze item. Exposed by. No, it's nothing there. Used by. All right, here's a list of things, right? You got item bow, item axe, item arrow, anchor. The hell's an anchor? Block copy, bow, bug net, cleaver? Is it cleaver? It may not be cleaver. Firestarter, flint, flute, gem. There's the hammer. Ingot. Item knife. Could it be item knife? What are you looking for? I'm looking for the sword tool. Someone said the fox has a chance of harvesting a creature. I need to look at the code, and I need to see what tag it's putting it on. Is it a watched attribute? Is it a special like collectible object for like it being harvested? I gotta look at that. That way I can prevent you from double harvesting if you use the fox. There is no item fox. No. I don't see it. Alright, let's keep looking here. Liquid portion, magic wand, yeah. Nugget ore. This right here. Item magic wand. People ask me, why do you put RM at the end of all your classes? So when the game crashes and you see something like item magic wand, you're not sending me base game crashes. Because this is the creative wand. That's exactly why. Alright, ore, plank. Shears. Shield. Sling. Spear. So there's no sword. The hell? Why is this game like some stuff is like literal goddamn rocket science? And other stuff it's should be more complex, but it's not. I'll get it. No idea. Maybe it's collectible behavior. Ground store, entity, deconstruction tool, boatable. So it's not a collectible behavior there. Maybe it is an entity behavior. Okay, here we go. There's an entity behavior called Rip Harvestable. There we go. Rip Harvestable, used on a collectible type. If true, the collectible is used to attack a dead entity with this behavior. The entity will be harvested. This is what I am looking for. This right here. So let's test it. I'll get the most powerful weapon, which is still dog shit. I mean, I don't think it did it. Wow. So how the hell does this work? How does this work? How do you quote unquote rip harvest something? Does anyone know? It was set to false, really? Attributes. There's behaviors, right? Behaviors. No, rip harvest, true. Blade falx, any of the falx blades. Rip harvest should be true. I mean, what's supposed to happen? Am I supposed to be able to, like, kill this thing and... Like, is it supposed to... Like, nothing happened, right? I still have to, like, carve it up to harvest it. I don't understand. And let's get something like a rabbit, something with lower health. State on ground, moving, huntable habitat, animal, adult, herd ID 0. I'm not really seeing... I don't know, guys. I can guesstimate what this is going to look like, but without testing it, I'm not going to know for sure. Because really, what I would need to do is go into here. Do this. And this would be rip harvested, right? That's what it... They're rip harvestable. That is the well, that's the property name. Here we go. Item stack true rip harvest. Well, that's not it either. So it's either rip harvestable or rip harvest. I don't know. Look at my shadow. It's only doing a strike like every other one. I don't know about that one. When I figure out how to have the falx like do its rip harvest, I could start putting in print statements and figure out what the exact tag is, and then make it to where you can't double tap. But until then, there's not much I can do. All right, what else you guys got? Anything? What is this? Vice. So it does look like Salty's item clumps mod allows for blacklisting in the JSON file. Any chance of getting a patch or a quick list of items to add to the blacklist.
What?
What? Salties item. Let's take a look at this together. So I guess it's this mod. This is cool. What, this mod? Wait, this mod's outdated? No, this is up to date. Well, it's on 1.22. I don't think things are going to change between the different versions too much. So what is this about an exclude? Am I missing something? To blacklist an item, hold it in your main hand and run the command /item clumps blacklist held. The blacklist can be found inside the JSON config. Why would I have to do anything? I mean, it looks like it's not something my mod would have a config for to tell another mod to exclude it, unless Salty ends up adding something like an attribute in the item or block that's like, you know, item clumps blacklist, or you know what I mean, some kind of string name. In which case, then I can, in my mod, be like, yeah, you know what, primordial fragments, right? Because you usually always throw those out. Never clump those, right? And then I can just have it as an extra attribute in my item. That would just work. But that's not how this works. This is generating, through that command in this mod, something in this mod's config. There's nothing I can do about that. Unfortunately. Unless, again, if the blacklist becomes something like... let's close some of these tabs out. You know, actually, close others. There we go. Right? So you get something like Abyssium. Or, you know what, let's look at... block types, light source... lantern, right? So if that mod ends up putting something in here, right, like some kind of attribute, and instead of like shelvable, right, it could be like item Salty's item clump blacklist, right, and then true. You know what I mean? That way I could just add whatever it is directly to my items without trying to mess with Salty's configs or Salty's mods, because, you know, because whatever, right? So it's not, this isn't something that I can do, because I'm not going to mess with Salty's configs and edit their text config. That's all I need. Be holding the gun. Your mod no longer works with Salty's mod. Maybe a generic string to black, or I think he is asking a quick way to blacklist it. I think the quick way is to like hold an item and type out this command with the held item, and it does it for you. And then maybe once you're done with that, you know, with that list that you like. Just kind of keep your config, right? Yeah, you would have to blacklist all crafting items in your list. Yeah. I would also have to blacklist I would have to blacklist anything you throw out for rituals, which is basically primordial fragments, is the big one. And maybe a onesie twosie block here and there. See, it talks about like when a collision happens, it tries to clump everything. Yeah, so it would be basically anything that you throw out. Like this takes individual items. And the reason why, again, guys, the reason why I set it up that way is because when you throw something out, the client and the server can see a different item stack. Sometimes, like, and when you throw things out, the player tag that's on that entity, like that right there is an item entity. It has a null for the player tag on the server. Server has no idea who threw this out. It's just an item that exists. Client will know, server doesn't. If you start going a little crazy with it and throwing out blocks of 64, the client and the server could see a different item stack number there. It sucks. Yeah, like server also doesn't care. Yeah, but it'd be nice if it did. Server should care. That seems like that'd be important information, right? If you are gonna even consider writing that information down, like, you know, how's someone gonna make a permissions mod? You know, or a cleanup if someone wants to grief and throw stacks of stuff out, right? If you can't trace that kind of stuff by a player's UID or something, you know, how are you going to make an optimization mod to clean up all of, you know, Griefer A's items that they threw out to purposefully lag something out, or, you know what I mean? It seems like servers should care. They should. I would argue for the case that they should. It's just part of, like, auditing, that's all. And for stack size, the client and the server should absolutely be seeing the same stack size, but they don't. That's why I force everything to be like a stack of 1. Or else it starts eating items, because the client and the server do different things. Oh, this is another thing, guys. You start to create something, right? If you're an admin and you just want to, like, test things, you could take one of my debug blocks, and if you throw it in, it automatically completes the Oculus recipe now. It skips all the items you have to throw in, and then you could just go right to, you know, putting stuff, you know, like putting in the essence. How fun is that? It saves me so much time. And this new Nexus thing is so awesome. Right, I can insert it in, it's already connected, and look at that, it already sees that the light energy's being able to be used, right? And then you could just kind of finish it off, right? This one's maxed, right? Boop. Took 250 out. You could now just, like, pop that out, put another one in. So good. It's great. Nice blocks. Nice. Geez, God, there's so many things that I did here. I don't know, guys. What else? That's genuinely clever. Yeah, right? Nope. Once you get this, yeah, you could just like hot swap things and not have to keep like, you know, linking things. It's the same thing for here too, right? Like, oh, hold on. This is the new pedestal keystone, right? You can place the keystone down directly now. And I will hit it with that one. So, because it's daytime, here, let me undo that. So the regular cost would be 21 essence. But since it's daytime, if I put in the day one, it dynamically updates, right? So now it's going to be more efficient. If I put in the dark, you get the penalty of 26. But you no longer have to keep relinking things to your gateway core. This thing could just be, you could put it right next to the terminal and be like, yep, pop that in. There we go. Or, you know, it's daytime. Pop that in. Right? And then just walk through. Oh shit! Oh, this is the test one! This is the test one that I made. Yeah, let's start breaking some of these. Totally forgot about that one. There we go. Let's, where's this pedestal? I think it's this one. Yeah, it was that one. Let's move. I guess we could move that here. I gotta start labeling this stuff. That one works. Boop. Now we can just place this right on top. We'll make this test one. Actually, I could take this back out. We'll call this Area 2. There we go. We could just place it like that. Test 1. Right? It's not going to work right now because I don't have any essence in there. Not enough essence to teleport. But if I were to pick this up, place it in. I love the DBZ transmission sound. Oh, I love it. Oh, surface ascent. Let's test that. Help, I'm trapped. Love it. Alright, let me get rid of that and that. Okay, what else you guys got for me? Anything? Because if we think it's good, I'm gonna package this up right now and we're gonna post it. Metal wands, rods? For what? There are already metal wands. I just took, basically, if you can make a rod of it, you can make a wand out of it. What are those shoots inputting in that stone? Oh, that? That was part of a test. I mean, there's nothing in there. You can put whatever you want in here, though. Like the new compressed Rusty Dust block that's coming out. And I could just start putting stacks of 64 in. I could put one in here to siphon it. I was just testing different angles. Alright, so it's gonna start burning through and yeah. All done via the hopper. That's in this update as well. Surely not entire ingots? No, it's rods. So all like a bunch of different rods, right? Like that one. Electrum. See, some of these rods, like this one, the Cuppernickel, I think is a tier. I think that's tier 3 as well. I think the iron rod is like maybe tier 3 or tier 2. Silver's in there, gold. You know, I don't think I did iron or steel. But yeah, it's rod. That's how you make those wands. I used to love MC Transport block shoots. MC Transport blocks. Yeah, shoots are so primitive. Yeah. Yeah. I like that one Ender IO mod. That one had like really good, like a really good like item transport storage system. Like that was solid. I like that. Like auto sorters and stuff. That was cool. Yeah, it was effective also for the server. Yeah. Yeah, same thing here. Make it daytime. So here, let's do something that will make it look different, right? So this is connected to that. You can see both of them now, right? And as soon as you put it in, see it like updates right away and it starts. Like the hot swappability for this system is so good. Right, all the like visual indicators, right? Like something changed there. And look, the recipe, right? It's already starting to cook. And now it's starting to cook it into the abyssal. Definitely gonna be, it's one of the highlights for sure. Anything else? Keep asking. I think it's ready to be packaged up. I really like how this mod is turning out. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. Let me tell you, I like getting good ideas. Get me excited about something, and I normally try to make it happen. So we're gonna increment this, as long as it's in my abilities. You know, someone did mention I would like to start adding more things that transmutation can do. I'm also happy I convinced you to add turning ferns into grass. Oh, did I? Was that through transmutation or something else? Yeah, no problem. That sounds like something I did. Cut grass. Yeah. That's right. That's right. I remember that now. Yeah. All right. Well, if no one has anything else that they think is a good idea to talk about things, you know, like, or hey, transmutation should do blank, or hey, you know, blah blah blah. This spell doesn't work. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, someone mentioned the fertilize spell. I'm remembering it now. Fertilize does not work on, I guess, berry bushes. Although, to be fair, berry bushes kind of turned into a very useless block. Like, an embarrassingly useless block. So I gotta figure out that. What did they do? they turned something that I guess the thing is they didn't like the fact that berry bushes, getting food from a berry bush was too easy. So they made it significantly, like, take significantly more time. They made the code like it's like literally trying to fucking come up with your own like thruster. Like it's so overly complex for what it does, and the return is so abysmal now. Like the turnout. Like they took something that was okay in the beginning of the game and made it to where, like, yeah, you want a handful of berries, wait a year. I mean, berries was OP, yeah, but the solution isn't make them the worst food source in the game. That's not a solution to that. And then to make it so overly complex. Like this class, and then this behavior, and it takes this behavior and this class together with this oh god. It's terrible. It's terrible. Alright, stupid, dumb berry bush. There, whatever. So, people have an issue with, let's get fertilized. Tier 1, general, fertilize. All right, let's... .NET Spy. Alright, block behavior, fruiting bush. So this is getting the block entity behavior. Oh, but this isn't it. I think I'm gonna have to copy what I found out from growth. Right, it's got to be a block entity, and then I have to look for that specific behavior on that block entity. They tank it too much? Yeah. What the person I was talking to yesterday, basically, like, you know, you don't really get berries until, like, you know, sometimes the first year, like the year's over. And then you start getting, like, a pittance of berries. Seems, doesn't seem good. Alright, I'm gonna take all of this. And I'm gonna paste it in. And now we're going to look at specific things, right? Let's do BHFB dot... It's not going to be this. It's not going to be this. Because see, this is the difference, right? This is a block entity behavior, and then you have a block behavior. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. So let's make another if statement. All right, so if it has this behavior, test equals block dot get. Let's do this. Better yet, if this get behavior, you know what? We'll leave it as a has behavior. And I'll do block dot get behavior. Create the local property, and I'll call this BBF. Let me get rid of that. BBFB dot, or what do we even have here? Cutting time. What does get retention? No idea. Random int. Okay, so we have growth properties, dormant below temperature, harvest time, nutrient use by health state. Which one of them is the fertilizing part? I think this is, yeah, this is getting the soil behavior for what it's on. So this is technically a pass-through kind of thing. Let me look at... You know what? I'm not going to create it in here yet. Let's pull up the growth spell. Because this also needs to happen in the growth spell. Technically right here. And before I do anything else, I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to make sure that this is even what I want to see this print statement. And this will be right when something becomes right. All right, so let's get growth. All right, and that should do it. Okay, so it did get in there. You want the wand to act on the soil below the block. The spell, yes, the spell has to modify things below the block, which should be handled already through the block entity behavior. Soil position is the current position going down one whole block. And you see that... Let me start closing stuff out. I got a lot of stuff. Minimize that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So block soil, I'm cutting. This is what I want to look at here. Because this actually consumes the nutrients. Do I have access to... PBFB? I don't have access to consume nutrients. Fuck. So it's not through here. Block entity soil nutrition. All right, let's take a look at this, right? BESN equals... Just grab this whole thing. If BESN does not equal null, paste, edit, let's get rid of that. All right, so let's harvest this. We'll make it grow again. Nope. Didn't like that at all. Oh, you know why? -1. I have to manually do it here. See, so this is an example, right? So 5, right? So in 5.3 days, this will go from flowering to the next stage, right? And then for the next thing, it's going to be pretty much 10 days. So, I mean, just make it 15 days, and I got 3 berries. 15 days of pure growing, and I got 3 berries. Think that's worth it? Terrible. Nope. Didn't like that either. BBFB dot it's a collectible object. This is useless. Right, so this is a block entity. Oh, this is from BE soil. So this is from block entity soil nutrition. Yeah, see, this is it, right? So it's getting the down copy. But this is protected, so I can't just edit this. Oh man. This is why I said berry bushes suck. Like, they're so complex for what they give you and what they do. That's ridiculous. Yeah, woo, less nutrient consumption. Yeah. They should really increase the amount of berries to a range than just lessen the nutritional value of berries. Yeah, there are ways to balance this. Great stream, bro. Learned a lot here. Gotta bounce. See ya. See you later, Lance. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, man. BESN dot. See, I wish I could just do, like, the BE soil. That way I can just kind of connect into that, but no. Block entity soil nutrition. You know, let me try this. Here, let's just stop. Just stop. Don't even try. I don't think fertilize. I don't think the fertilize spell's gonna work on these atrocious berry bushes. Maybe I should change the spell to like fertilize farmland. I'll change the name. It's sad when I'm thinking about the lazy way out of this predicament. Growth 1. Stupid dumb berry bush. Okay. Down, so getting this down behavior seems to work. Okay, I may be onto something here. ESN dot. I could do a consume nutrients this way. Jesus Christ. Why not just like embed it in the block, you know? But this is gonna need the enum for the soil, right? So enum soil nutrient N. So this is the math I want to look at. So it would be BHFB dot get health state. And then for this is going to be BESN. But it's not. It's not going to be that because that is part of this behavior. FFB. See? But it's really in here. I need to get that, right? So I need to... Oh. Fucking unreal. It's like... Fucking fire the people that are doing this. Like, holy shit, man. Oh. Oh. Cut. Paste. It's like a freaking Russian nesting doll here. A thing and a thing and a thing and a thing. So this is going to be BFBB. Oh, but it's not, right? It's not. It needs to be BESN dot. No, it should be BFB. BBFB There we go. Get the nutrient state based on the health that you have that you're cloning. Then the nutrients, BBFB dot, is it in here? No, I bet it is EESN. No, then it is the last one, which is BHFB. There we go. No. Oh, get nutrition multiplier. It's protected. It's protected. I can't call that. So I'm gonna have to remake this. We're gonna manually just create this. We are gonna have to get copy. This, copy, paste. Yeah, and this is going to be the fruiting bush state. Which is this. And this would be B state, B state. Oh my God. I think that needs to be a virtual. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, shoot. Hold on, I got the wrong one. This is what I wanted. Copy. Paste. That's better. Let's migrate this to here. Let's get rid of that. Do the state checks there. There we go. So that's good. Now I need to tie into world. Let's get player.world. Calendar time. This is going to be that. Get the B state. Player.world. Now I need to do a check here. Here, let's just go back to this, right? So I could say if BHFB dot E. Oh, I can't do that. I could do growth state. Let's do an equals, and we will use the enum fruiting. Here we go. Growth state dot. Oh, but it's... So it's gotta be struggling. Oh, there is no struggling here. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? If you use this on one of the wild ones, it may consume it when you get the berries. Done. Fucking done. Oh my god. All right, let's keep going, right? So now I should be able to put in that NK. All right, so it's gonna be like the NPK, or yeah, it's the NPK nutrients dot N. Paste. This would be P. This would be K. That should potentially do it, and then I may have to do BESN dot mark dirty. True. To synchronize it. Okay, stop. Build. Let's see if growth consumes... Oh my god, this is gonna be a freaking nightmare to... Oh my god. This is rough. How long have I been streaming? Almost 4 hours. My ass is starting to go numb. Oh. I'm gonna have to get up soon. Actually eat something today other than the 3 Tootsie Rolls that I had. Gross. All right. Hey! It did it, guys. It brought it down. All right. All right. We can do this. We can do this. We can do hard things. That's what she said. All right, let's copy that, because this is just for growth 1. There's growth 2. There's growth 3. I need this method right here, right here. Okay. Now I need this to work on fertilize. Whoops. Copy. Paste. Okay. Let's get rid of that, because this is not the growth spell. Get rid of that. And just paste that in there. Instead of consume nutrients, oh, come on. There we go. We're going to add this. We're going to call it add nutrients. It's going to have to be a plus amount. Ugh. This is rough. All right, so what I will do is add this. Copy. This will be this dot add nutrients. All right, let's pop this out. I got to be able to refer to this. So what is nutrients? It's a float array, but it's a protected float array, so I don't have access to this. Specifically. Uncreate from soil. See what I mean? See what I mean by this? Can I let me see what I can get here. BESN dot nutrients? Maybe that's what I want. Because that is a float array for nutrients. But this is the public one. But this is a public one that's okay, using the private. Okay. Which means this becomes that, and then this becomes float array. Although it would be better just to do block entity soil nutrition. And I'll just have BESN there, right? And I could do that dot nutrients. Just like that. And then hopefully BESN dot mark dirty. All right, so this isn't even being used anyways. All right, so that would be adding the nutrients. Copy, paste, paste. This is going to be K, K. This would be P, E. All right, maybe this will work. Let's see, but we have to put a cap on it too, right? Because if this is the case, you could just like infinitely add the nutrients. So I may need to take a look at the soil, and then if the value is going to be higher than what the soil supports, then it just becomes, you know, whatever the soil max is. Kind of confusing, isn't it? Where there's like 5 different things that all are named pretty much the same thing that use each other's variables interchangeably at various degrees of, you know, protection. Oh. This is only going to be for fertilize 1 right now. Yeah, 57, 64, 70, yeah, so look at that. Can infinitely do it. It's not what we want. So let's take this here, right? Int test equals it's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so this is going to be a float. And I'll just name this amount. And that will be amount in. There we go. I think this is going to look a little better. So I'm going to take a snapshot of the amount, and I can say if amount is less than VESNIN dot get fertility level, fertility value. I have a feeling that's not what I want. Right, I need an if statement here that says, you know, if you're not above a certain threshold based on the soil parameters, right? So I think that's getting into where's growth? I think it's getting into this, right? Hours for next stage kind of stuff. So this would be specifically for the block behavior, but it shouldn't be in there. Let me take another look at soil nutrition. Fertilities dictionary. Rune nest is visibly moist. Moisture level. Original, okay, so original fertility. Maybe. Uncreated from soil. This is stupid. We got the original fertility here. What's that? I could get the tree attributes. Right? So if you have the original fertility, but I don't know if this is, let me take a look here. Are we ever, so we're assigning it here on block interact. So it's not the original. It's just from whatever the soil originally created. So this is a moving target. You know what? I know how I'm going to handle this. If it's greater than 50, or if it's less than 50. And that should be amount. This should be amount in. Okay. Right, so if the current nutrients in here are less than 50, then go ahead and do that. Now, if amount is greater than 50F, else There we go. Right, so you can't get above it. All right, guys. Man, it is hot in this room. I'm way too cheap to turn on my AC right there. Way too cheap. I gotta go see if I got any ripe strawberries. Bring them in before the squirrels get them. All right, so let's break that. Put that down. Oh, it's in the block. I need the growth spell. There we go. So it's doing it like a high of 57, really? Probably because it probably needs to be this. There we go. That is better, right? So it's not going to go above. Now I should probably put something in to correct that. Which would actually be... It would look more like this. There we go. So if you were ever able to go way above, right? It would auto reset it for you. For whatever that 50%'s like, I assume that's the cap for these. Probably not, right? Because this would have a different cap. Right, so that would be 80. So I need to look at the block below and get whatever that nutrient level cap is. Nutrients. Okay, let's let's take a look at this block behavior, right? Because I'm displaying the information. Oh wait, but it's not saying out of 80%, right? It's just saying 80%. Open this in a new tab. Okay, here we go. Block info. So it's just getting straight nutrient. Okay, I'm curious. Let's try that. Because what that means is... Here, let's cast this a bunch of times. Right, so it dropped to 70. Aha, see? So I think original fertility is the correct play here. But it also needs to go here. Right? That way you do that, and then it's back to 80, right? So something like this, grow the crap out of it. There we go. Get your pittance of berries off, and then when you refertilize, see, 50 is your max there. So now the fertilize spell should work with berry bushes, the dumpster fire that they are, and it will respect the original fertility of the block that it's placed on. Also, what I need here, so it doesn't incorrectly tell you, here we go, that it didn't work, I need to put that in. Okay. I think shit. All right, let's do this. So if this is greater than that, right? So if it's less than, let's just do a less than. There we go. So spell failed. I think I do want the error message there, right? Because it's not that kind of failure. It's not a wrong block kind of failure. So let's grow that. Okay, I don't think I want that like that. I think that's how I want it. All right, so I do want it this way, right? And maybe I can put something in where it sends a message to the player saying that it's full, I guess. But for now, I think this is solid. Now I'm curious. Let's grow this. All right, and what if now that's 70. What if I cast it on here? 77, 80. Okay, so you can cast it on the bottom block or the top. Okay, that's good to know. So I do need to send you a message telling you it's full. Which would be say max nutrients, which also means I'm going to have to put in entity player just like that. Oh, it's going to send it 3 times. All right, you know what? For now, I'm putting way too much effort into this spell. That's all I'll say. I think this is perfect. This is perfection. So that's just for fertilize 1. So let's find fertilize 2. Paste. Fertilize 3. There we go, and bring these methods over. All right, so 248. So 125. 125. Okay. That is better. So I gotta stop that, all right? We'll do one final test, update, and then I'm pushing this update out. Whew, last minute. Holy crap. Oh, we got thunderstorms coming this evening. All right. All right. Right, so fertilize corrects anything that's above what the maximum is. All right. There we go. Spell works. All right, everyone. I'm going to save and leave. Got to update GitHub. All right, so the changes we made, right? Fertilize now works on soil and berry bush blocks. That was a lot of work for a tiny sentence. And growth will now consume, will now force a berry bush to consume the required amount of nutrients when ripe. All right, guys, I think that is it. That's the last two. Copy, and I'll say RBM version 3.2.4, right? Yep, 3.2.4. It's done. Close all. Build. Now we're gonna cake build it. $117. 117. That's how many changes are in this update. Woo-wee. 117. Holy crap. Wish this game had tech mods like an Industrial Revolution. Would be so cool to go from primitive tech to modern day. Yeah, that'd be cool. An industrial craft kind of scenario. I mean, we have uranium in the game, right? I'd love to make some uranium reactors for electricity, not live off of windmill electricity all the time. That'd be cool. So, Ape Escape 1 fan, I gotta say I love the Ape Escape from PlayStation. Because of that game, when I played like Pokemon Red back in like, God, I don't know, when I was a wee lad, my rival was always Spectre. Instead of like Gary or whatever, whatever. It was always Spectre or blue or red or right, whatever the default, was. Spectre. All right, let's pull up the site. Home. Rustbound Magic. Add release. Here we go. Where to go? Boop. Oops. There we go. Close that out. One sec. Gotta copy all of this. There's your change log, everyone. Hey, Ape Escape, thanks for the follow. How'd you learn how to code? I'm struggling to put my foot in the door and just do it. Thinking of modding this game. Nostalgia is one hell of a drug. Ape Escape is my #1. Yeah. Loved Ape Escape. The big T-Rex, like that level where it's like the big T-Rex going around in the box. Like, you know, that was... I distinctly remember that part. That was fun. What I did to get started with modding is... it makes sense to first create... You could just create a basic block mod or item mod, right? That uses just JSON. And then go through, like, set up your environment, right? Like, you know, I personally use, you know, Visual Studio Community. I don't use VS Code. And once you have, like, a basic project in, I make a basic block, a basic item, use .NET Spy to, you know, think about, like, what you want to create. You know, like, if you want to make a new fire pit, right? Then you could use the old, like, you know, fire pit as a template. All right, so I could put in, like, fire pit. Oh my god, if I could spell it right. Fire pit. There we go. Right, and I could take a look at the block and see, like, okay, how does it do it? Apparently it's a smoke emitter, it's ignitable. You know, every block had, like, all the blocks have, like, a certain theme, right? Right, like, you know, onloaded kind of always gets called first, right? You know, like, if there's a, like, entity inside, like, do you want it to do something if you're inside of it? Like, you could literally just create something that extends block and, you know, just kind of piecemeal things together. If you're confused on something, you can normally hover over. Sometimes there's like a description. Other things, it's like, you know, on entity inside, it's like, oh, this is damage. If it's fire, right? Fire damage. You know, so that has to do with when your player's standing in it. What is DN Spy? Yeah, it's hot in here, isn't it?
It is hot here.
Yeah. I'm going to. But yeah, .NET Spy is a program that allows you to look at, like, game assets and stuff. This is kind of like your holy grail here. Anything you want to make in the game, like, there's probably an example of that code somewhere in the game. Right? This is like a GUI here. You know, it's I would suggest starting small with a mod. Make a cheese mod, right? Like, it's going to teach you, you know, an item that you can eat. You know, you can make a cheese block mod, right? You know, like, or, you know, well, you can add a cheese block to that mod. Just something like a kitchen sink kind of mod. And then, you know, once you know the basics, it should be easier from there. Ads. Anyway, yeah, I gotta get something to drink. Just checking in. I love the checking in on me. Are you dead in here? Good one. You'll have to repeat the cheese talk. Yeah, I would create a kitchen sink mod first. That's actually what my Vice Blocks mod was. It's kind of like a kitchen sink mod. I wanted to add, like, gravestones. You know, I wanted to add better you know, just like windows and stuff. So, you know, it kind of taught me how to create the basic items, the basic blocks. And then I thought about the mod that I wanted to make. You know, oh, I never submitted this. You know, like, just kind of, you know, kind of go from there. Saving back. There we go. All right, guys, the new update is out. The new Magic Mod update is out. Some of these screenshots are so old. It's so old. But yeah, I would start small. Definitely start small. I have a YouTube. It's a tutorial. It shows you how to use .NET Spy and how to set it up. Like the first half, the game does a pretty good job now documenting how to set up your environment. Thaumcraft type mod, that's gonna be rough. If you haven't done a mod before, you know how you gotta know how to create an item before you create a wand. You're gonna have to know how to do attributes onto an item before you can, you know, potentially store viz or something like that. You know, I could actually show you. I have a project because I was interested in making a Thaumcraft-like mod as well. Well, let's see, where is... I don't know if anyone remembers me working on this. What did I call it? Rustbound Thaumaturgy. Here, we'll build this. No! I gotta bring this back up. I won't be able to show you, but I was playing with a spell system that like blocks that would take viz out of the atmosphere, right, of a certain area to like fill a viz crystal, and then you would use that as energy for spell casting. And you were able to piece a spell together based on specific parts and like chain everything together. So you would have to do like projectile damage, fire, right? To be able to shoot a projectile with a certain amount of damage. It was cool, but the client server desynchronization kind of sunk my battleship for that. Like I decided to just, you know, go back to Rustbound Magic. Do you have a Discord? Yes. Oh, you need to update Mythic Legends. Yeah, I know. They changed the mounting system again, so like the old way of like how I would synchronize mounting sucks now. And I just haven't had the heart and or the time to take a look at it. Mainly because I'm getting sick of having to redo a mounting system every fucking update. Like, pardon my language, folks, but my god, like, it's literally like 9 or 10 times now since I started modding this game. Like, it's unreal. Unreal. Yeah, really, again, yes. Like, you could get on the Wyverns, but they are so choppy. Gravity works different now. They're doing the same thing, yeah, to me that Mojang did. And that Mojang did to me, too. Mojang and Forge. Every update, you basically rebuild your mod from scratch. It sucks. I'm gonna have to bring that up. But, yeah. So, update's out. Update is indeed out. Alright, guys. My butt's falling asleep. I gotta get something to eat. I had 3 Tootsie Rolls today. I'm kinda hungry. I want some chicken. What mods did you make on Minecraft? The most popular mod that I made was ViesCraft airships. Right on old Curse Forge. This is my mod. It just added, you know, machines. They could, like, blow up and stuff. I added different types of machines, like the hovercrafts and stuff. They could, you know, you had to, like, build things. You had like, your radio in there, right? Like, the modules and stuff. This was a labor of love. And then I went over to Vintage Story and I basically recreated this mod for Vintage Story. And I've been punished ever since. I've been punished ever since. Alright, guys, let's find someone to raid. Oh, my poor butt. Sitting in this chair that's like... My god, this chair could probably vote. It's old enough to vote. Who am I following? Who is playing Vintage? I have only one person playing Vintage Story. And since my butt is sore, we are going to raid the only person that I'm following that is playing Vintage Story. Raid Lady Moonveil. Percuss, yeah, he's on, but he's playing RimWorld. I'm gonna keep it in Vintage Story. We're gonna keep it in the game sphere. Boop. Incoming raid. Holy shit, he is. Yeah. Yeah. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the update. Right after I'm done with this raid, I'm gonna put something in Discord letting people know that the new update is out. I'll do it right now. Bam. Yeah, if you have any suggestions, you know, hit me up in Discord. A lot of what is in this update was from suggestions that people have made. You know, I'm like this close to the mod, right? Like, I don't have all the ideas. So sometimes it helps for people to be like, hey, why don't you ever make something like blank? But yeah, I don't know what I'm working on next. This was a big update. I'll probably wait like a day to let things kind of, just in case there are any crashes that people have, anything, you know, specific. I doubt there will be. There's a lot of crash fixes because 1.22 suddenly made collectible objects nullable, and the game gets mad at that. So, yeah, thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye, adios. See you later. Bye.